Yeah, the drink desk is in view 'cause I'm too lazy to move it. Did we win, Doran? Be fine. What do you mean? Hockey's not even popular in America, dude. Americans don't know the rules either. Already 3 minutes. The only ad is the soap. Although an ad for the seltzer would be pretty sick. I should get some Gamer Subs cans back there. Yo, good idea. Actually, not a bad idea. You see my sand spitter? Yeah, do it, Quiz. Let's get started.
Click on Scarab after Scarab.
Oh,
Picture this. You wake up one day in 2026 ready to play your favorite game.
Yo, this is actually like a completely edited
Path
video.
of Exile. You go straight to YouTube and type Fub Gun Juicing Guide 2026. You follow his build and his advice to a T. Ready to farm, you enter the fortress map. You click on Scarab after Scarab, and then you wonder to
Yeah, usually he's just talking at the camera. Wait, how are we gonna predict how many pauses there are? Are you gonna keep count?
yourself, why is 90% of my loot coming from barrels and strongboxes? Why aren't the monsters dropping the loot instead? And why is the only thing I'm picking up scarabs? Well, there's a lot we need to go over to unpack that particular question. Today we'll be going on a journey that starts all the way back in Ultimatum League, brings us all the way to present day, detailing how exactly we got here, because ground loot is a pretty hot topic in modern PoE. Today I'm proud to present to you the Colandrification of PoE. I really hope you enjoy.
Oh, this is a juicer video?
Our story begins all the way back in Ultimatum League. For those of you somewhat new to PoE, this era of Path of Exile is extremely different than what you're familiar with today. Just imagine a PoE with no Atlas tree. Path of Exile Ultimatum releases in April 16th of 2021. Many people like to remember this league for how awful the league start was. Ultimatum hands down takes the #1 spot for the worst league launch ever in PoE in terms of server stability and login queues, etc. Anybody who played Ultimatum on League Start knows that it was a long and grueling 12-hour long campaign full of disconnects, login queues, and just overall instability. We were graciously reached out to by GGG and given a streamer priority queue, which in hindsight definitely was not the greatest idea. The whole community was understandably upset.
Yo, Alluvium spotted in chat.
Because of the server problems that were happening, and this definitely left the player base upset and on edge, ready to complain about any minor grievance they might encounter while playing the game. Our group ended up doing a little bit of exploiting here or there. We got banned. Oops. But that's not really the topic of this video. With the disastrous league start, the streamer queues, and just overall player dissatisfaction over those two issues, definitely wasn't a great time to introduce a league mechanic that favored extremely difficult content in the form of the Ultimatum waves, all or nothing reward system, and players took to Reddit to start to complain about the rare monster spam that existed in this mechanic. Any of the complaints were centered around there just being too many rares, the fights were just too hard to navigate because there were so many rares, so many monsters to keep track of, and it was just overall cluttered. Chris Wilson himself confirms this criticism in a Reddit post titled Some Thoughts from Chris, posted 5 years ago. Chris remarks, the encounters themselves didn't have great combat. They achieved challenge just by spamming a whole lot of rare monsters at you, and it was hard to follow what was going on. In Ultimatum League, the feedback was clear. There's just too much going on, there's too many rare monsters, it was just hard to follow the combat. GGG does what it does best. It takes that feedback, shelves it, comes back for the next league, and makes changes to their beloved game. That's the cyclic nature of the game. With Ultimatum in the rearview mirror, we will fast forward over to Scourge League. Scourge came out 6 months later after Ultimatum, and featured scaling risk-reward mechanic, which incentivized you to have very powerful builds. During Scourge League, a popular strategy developed involving Alva, and something we like to call Pocket Beyond. In PoE, these league mechanics used to have a historic bonus that affected all league mechanics, Alva being one of them. When you were killing monsters inside of that particular league mechanic, they would get a very, very large bonus applied to them. This bonus was introduced so that monsters were just generally worth killing when you were doing the mechanics, such as Abyss, or in this case, Alva. In order to make the league mechanics feel more powerful and potent, the multiplier that these monsters had on them was, you know, in the realm of like 1,000%, like 10 times more loot. This made it so monsters from those mechanics just generally felt felt more rewarding than other stuff on the map. And that reward was so potent that people would actually bring in a prophecy called hidden reinforcements in order to generate extra monsters inside of
Bro, prophecies suck.
the alva. When you proc the prophecy, it would spawn a monster pack. You would kill the monster pack,
I
and it would
hated
spawn
prophecies.
beyond monsters. You'd then kill the beyond monsters, and they would all have that 10x bonus from the alva applied to them. This strategy was one of the mainstays in early MFing, and it really cemented alva as like the premier mechanic for magic finding at this point in time. The huge focus on killing as many monsters as you can. Killing as many monsters generates a lot of beyond. Beyond generates a lot of loot. It had a very good cycle going for it. It was a very, very fun gameplay loop to a lot of players at this time. But it's important to take note of this specific historic bonus that existed in league mechanics like alva, because this historic bonus would become the piece of controversy for leagues later down the line. We need to put a pause on that first, because we need to talk about Arch Nemesis. Arch Nemesis came after Scourge 3 months later in February 4th of 2022. Featured a new atlas, including the first iteration of Eater and Exarch, which were very, very cool bosses. It was also the first iteration of the PoE Atlas passive tree, which is beloved by many players to this day. So remember all that complaining that players did back in Ultimatum regarding rare monster spam and battle clutter? Well, GGG had a plan, and now it is time to finally reveal the rework that has been promised as a result of all of those complaints in Ultimatum, and that is clearly Arch Nemesis. It comes to PoE first as a league so that GGG can test the waters, make sure it's suitable for the core game. The idea is simple, right? What if we reduce the amount of rare monsters, but we gave rare monsters powerful modifiers that are memorable, and you're going to have these epic battles with those rare monsters and be rewarded for killing them. Sounds great on paper, right? There's also
I don't really remember much of Arch Nemesis League. I got like rank 5 in the boss race, logged up and played Lost Ark for the next 2 months.
GGG's first implementation of what we call loot conversion modifiers, a system in which where you kill the monster and it would convert 100% of the item drops to a particular other type of item, such as
I don't know
currency,
the actual league
scarabs,
was, really.
or flasks. During the Arch Nemesis League itself, there wasn't a huge amount of focus put on the Arch Nemesis mechanic itself because the base game had so many changes to it with the new bosses and the Atlas passive tree. For many players, Arch Nemesis kind of came as an afterthought because of all of the other sweeping changes that came to the game. The player sentiment on Arch Nemesis was kind of lukewarm, stating that generally the mechanic was cool and rewarding, but a lot of the modifiers were generally unbalanced and very untested. A lot of modifiers would just make monsters extremely tanky or unkillable, and others just did way too much damage and just would one-shot hardcore characters. But once again, these problems were kind of overlooked because the base game had received such a fantastic expansion. It was really fine to overlook some of these issues that the Arch Nemesis mechanic had. Arch Nemesis comes to a close in May of 2022, and we are excited to see the next league, which is going to be Sentinel League. During the Sentinel reveal trailers, it was announced that GGG was going to fold Arch Nemesis into
Sentinel is the best league. #1 league.
To the core game, and players were apprehensive at best, but we were promised that a pass was done on all of the modifiers and all of the problematic ones are going to be receiving balancing, so we were all willing to hold our breath while GGG cooks in the kitchen here. The first initial implementation of Arch Nemesis into rares had all of the modifiers of Arch Nemesis, but the same amount of rares that were there before. They also didn't really make the rares super rewarding as a result of adding these new and annoying modifiers to rares. And even though GGG did a balance patch on a lot of these modifiers, there were still some extremely unfun and problematic ones that would later be removed, such as periodic invulnerability.
That's not a good welcome sign for a new player. GGG, what is that?
In general, Sentinel League was full of complaints about rare monster power, as truly a lot of these were really underbaked and untested, unbalanced, and the rares that you were killing were not super rewarding to begin with. So now we just have harder monsters that are more annoying to fight, but without the rewards. Sentinel League in general was kind of the peak of magic finding in PoE, as we had Alva incursions at their strongest, historic League quantity bonuses still intact, crazy Sentinel quantity steroids that provided some of the most fun and crazy moments of magic finding in PoE history. The monsters themselves dropped loot, and you were incentivized to kill as many monsters as you could, and it wasn't just the single rare or unique monster loot pinata meta that we have today in 2026. Every monster was valuable, and every mechanic was valuable, as they had inherent quantity and rarity bonuses. But little did we know this would be the last league we have those.
Yo, the Beyond
Oh,
rework kind
Colandra.
of sucks.
So let's begin to unpack
Hot
Colandra,
take.
shall we? Sentinel
not
was a
hot
pretty
take.
wild
Lukewarm.
ride, and the rare monsters with the new modifiers are pretty overwhelming to the majority of the player base, and it made content generally very difficult, so we need to pull
Fucking
back a
ball
bit, right?
torture.
If you're a GGG in this situation, maybe the best way to keep these powerful rare modifiers in the game is just to reduce the number of rare
Yo, actually, one of my most viewed videos is from fighting one of these rares. I like called it the new Uber boss.
monsters
And then I drop like less than 1 C of loot off it.
overall, and add even more modifiers to the rare monsters. This in theory will achieve two things, right? The rare encounters will feel harder and make you think about combat more, and when you kill the rare, you'll be sufficiently rewarded for your efforts.
That should drop that? Are you...
That sounds great on paper, right? So let's reduce the number of rares, give them more modifiers, and bring back the loot conversions that existed in the OG Arch Nemesis League implementation. GGG took this concept into internal testing and ran into a problem, however. When they were implementing those loot conversions, they noticed that sometimes monsters dropped way more loot than intended from the conversions. And upon doing some digging, they found the culprit, that hidden historic bonus which existed on League mechanics such as Abyss or Alva incursions. That historic bonus was taking those reward conversions, right, and applying that same maybe 10x multiplier to the conversions that were coming out. If you landed these conversion modifiers inside of an Alva, combined with the way the loot system works, you would most likely be generating hundreds upon hundreds of divines from a single monster loot conversion. And this is obviously unacceptable for the core game, right? We don't want to have people dropping hundreds of divines or whatever when they get lucky in an Alva. It's probably a little bit unhealthy. So the solution here is to, instead of not have the loot conversions in the game, we're going to just nerf the historic bonus that existed on all League mechanics. And we're going to compensate the player by maybe, let's say, increasing the number of item drops globally by, let's say, 30% or so. And then now we can finally implement the Arch Nemesis loot conversions into the core game. These changes are the genesis of all of the issues that have been plaguing PoE's item drop system for years now. League mechanics were originally designed with this historic bonus in mind to make ground loot feel substantially better than just normal monsters in your map. It was the primary reason why these League mechanics were worth engaging with in the first place. These changes led to a litany of issues, mainly that Arch Nemesis monsters were extremely unbalanced and your main source of
That's a
loot,
good rip.
and you were just
Alright, let's see that
worth
again.
engaging with in
That's
the
a
first
classic
place.
right
These
there.
changes led to a litany of issues, mainly that Arch Nemesis monsters were extremely unbalanced and your main source of loot, and you were just fishing for those
Hold on, we got a hot YouTube comment right off the press. This game is too much for the regular Joe. PoE will never be mainstream. Sorry, bro. Already is. I walk down the street, I see my neighbors playing it. I look in their windows and I see it. That's actually not a joke. What do you think? If I knocked on their door and they knew who I was, how tripped out do you think they'd be?
conversions to scarabs or currency when they happened, because it would drop so much currency when you landed the lottery.
You're like, yo,
that there
you
was
want
really
some
no
help with
point
your
of doing
build?
anything else in the game. It also had a knock-on effect that ground loot that doesn't come from Arch Nemesis conversions is just completely destroyed, and stock League mechanics that aren't juiced up by scarabs are now completely unrewarding when you're looking at it in the context of ground loot. These sweeping changes to League mechanic loot was not announced at all in the patch, and obviously it left players a little bit questionable about what the situation was. The disparity of loot was actually so bad, many people just thought there was a bug. Like, they just couldn't believe that there was this little stuff dropping in Colandra. There were other changes this patch which also led to a very, very large reduction in ground loot, mainly the absolute destruction of Beyond as a League mechanic. For any new school players, Beyond used to be the most powerful MFing or ground loot strategy, as it would just generate a ton of extra monsters for you to kill, a lot of unique monsters at that, and unique monsters used to have very, very high multipliers on them, so they were very, very sought after. This isn't a problem now, but the original rework of Beyond made it so that you could spawn a boss instantly after you just killed a couple monsters, which would turn off your Beyond. Obviously, that's not very good. The historic bonus, which existed on all of the Beyond monsters, was removed, alongside all of the other mechanics that had their historic bonus removed as well. It now basically can't spawn unique monsters besides the one boss, which was another nerf, and it kind of left Beyond as an absolute absolute shadow of its former glory as a juicing mechanic. So players going into the Colandra League knew that, you know, a couple of these things were going to be nerfed, but we really did not know how bad it was going to be. We as League players, you know, started to level up our new characters on the League launch, and we heard some rumblings from standard players that the loot situation was very dire, but oh boy, we were not prepared. The Arch Nemesis changes being rolled into the core games, with the monsters being extremely overtuned and unbalanced, coupled with the insane reduction in loot coming from all mechanics, on top of the absolute destruction of Beyond, led to a flood of memes that will never be replicated in the PoE community.
It was all a fever dream. There's no hard mode. There was no quantity nerf.
And we can begin to also look at the double, triple, quadruple, and quintuple down that GGG did in regards to this situation. So the player base is extremely on edge at this point, right? They want answers. There's been the biggest shadow nerf to loot in the history of the game. We had some of the biggest crafting nerfs with the re-implementation of Harvest to trade.
Roar 1, 2, 3, fire damage!
And we had the destruction of Beyond as a league mechanic. The first thing to address is Arch Nemesis rares being too powerful. It doesn't really address some of the complaints that the community was having, in that a lot of these mods are underbaked and untested. And the only thing that we're going to get from them is just a reduction of life.
Yo, what was the really bad one? There's the one that was the rotating immunes or something.
On
Back
Arch
in the
Nemesis
day, like actually made them
that are
immune.
coming out of Essences, Betrayal, and Red Beast, which wasn't really the problem a lot of players were experiencing, and it felt like a disconnect between the player base and GGG. The next complaint that players were having was about harvest crafting, and that it was just way too RNG to make the items you were having on your builds, right? It was just way too hard for a lot of players. And to address the feedback here, the answer we got was we're just going to be increasing the life force drop rates with no addressing of the community concerns about the crafts being just extremely RNG
it's still in the
and less
game, they
powerful
nerfed
than
it
they
a
were
lot.
before. Lake of Colandra was getting some improvements, but I don't think many people were engaging with the lead mechanic to begin with. But maybe those changes would be good. Everybody was going to wait and see. And we finally arrive at the now infamous historic bonus removal. Chris writes, players report that general item drops feel a lot lower in this expansion. There are two changes we made in 3.19. The first is that the rate of encountering rare monsters from certain league content has been reduced, so you are fighting, killing, and receiving rewards from fewer monsters than before. This is partially offset by rare monsters in 3.19 now being more rewarding than they were before. The second reason is that we removed a massive historic bonus to item quantity and or rarity that applied to some league-specific monsters. We replaced it with a moderate 2 to 3x increase to item quantity to offset the fact that they often have more life than regular monsters and some cannot drop maps. It's once again worth reiterating that the player base had no idea of these changes at the time. They booted up the league, leveled up their character, was experiencing terrible ground loot, and this is the first time we had ever heard about these massive sweeping changes to the way that loot
Their
works in the game.
faces, whenever it's Colandra League, they just look so depressed.
This post was received with overwhelming negativity by the PoE community. How could such a massive sweeping change not be communicated in the patch notes to the player? It was, for all intents and purposes, one of the largest loot-related changes to have ever been implemented in the game, and it didn't even receive a passing patch note or anything of the sorts. And a frustration that the community had at the time was that there wasn't any willingness to try and make any changes in that regard. It was kind of just, here's what we did, and this is kind of how it's going to be. The massive historic bonus removal just came as a shock to the general community. It's just, how could they have done this, was the overall sentiment, as you can see from some of these Reddit comments from way back in the day. The next Reddit post to satiate the Reddit dumpster fire would come from Chris in the form of nerfing defensive Arch Nemesis modifiers, which honestly was a huge W for the community here. A lot of the modifiers were extremely annoying, underbaked, untested, as I keep saying over and over again here, and they ended up nerfing a ton of those modifiers, and these changes were met with much positivity because people really did not like some of these modifiers. With the community still absolutely enraged and the Reddit just on fire at this point, point. Chris would sit down and write a post to address much of the criticism that GGG is receiving as a result of a bunch of these changes in Colandra. Let me preface these posts by saying I have the utmost respect for Chris Wilson. In the now infamous What Happened with Items Reddit post, Chris would detail exactly how these changes came about, how these changes affect item drops, and what we're going to be doing going forward. It is the most downvoted Reddit post in all of PoE history, but frankly, no matter what Chris said here, I don't think it could have satiated the absolute blind rage that the PoE community was blinded with at the time. In this post, Chris details a few of the philosophies that are guiding the changes.
Alright, I'm gonna go back.
Much of the criticism that GGG is receiving as a result of a bunch of these changes in Colandra. Let me preface these posts by saying I have the utmost respect for Chris Wilson. In the now infamous What Happened with Items Reddit post, Chris would detail exactly how these changes came about, how these changes affect item drops, and what we're going to be doing going forward. It is the most downvoted Reddit post in all of PoE history, but frankly, no matter what Chris...
I didn't know Chris held the title of the most downvoted
said
Reddit
here,
post.
I don't think it could have satiated the absolute blind rage that the PoE community was blinded with at the time. In this post, Chris details a few of the philosophies that are guiding the changes that came about in Colandra. Chris also detailed the rationalization behind removing the historic quantity and rarity bonuses that applied to league mechanics here. The critical line is here where he says, as described above, various valuable arch nemesis modifier conversion drops in a way that directly benefit from item rarity and item quantity bonuses. When we were balancing and testing this, we wondered why certain league monsters were dropping significantly more items than regular monsters. It turned out this was due to the item rarity or quantity bonuses that were historically applied to monsters to make leagues feel rewarding. When combined with the new drop conversion system, these bonuses stacked exponentially and caused far too many rewards. So in line with philosophy 3, they rebalanced the league monsters so that they were now about twice as rewarding as regular monsters and didn't have these existing bonuses. To be clear, the bonuses were inconsistent and arbitrary. For example, Yellow Beast dropped more items than Red Beast, Incursion monsters didn't have any increased quantity, just increased rarity, and Harvest monsters had both. This also touches on Beyond, saying that it is not okay for 15,000 unique items to drop in the same map. The new version is more reasonable, allowing up to one unique Beyond boss per map, which is honestly a gigantic nerf, but it was intentional, and we mentioned
I think the worst part of the new Beyond is you kill the boss and then nothing else, no other Beyond spawns for the rest of the map. Thanks for the 9-year resub, Kivster. Yo, I should make a video about the Colandrification of the PoE community becoming stupid bitches.
in the live stream it was reworked. Chris also expresses regret for not patch noting the item rarity and quantity rebalance changes, which is understandable. There's a lot of stuff that goes on. It's just so hard to catch all of these changes and patch.
Not Snap, by the way. I just mean like Redditors and stuff.
Note them properly. But here's where the controversial bits start in Chris's post. Chris said he also overstated the impact of the change when communicating about it in the What We Are Working On post. He said we removed a massive historic bonus and this caused a community to think the impact was larger than it was. The reason why I used the word massive was that the numbers sounded big and viewed in isolation, but are less impactful when viewed in context. For example, the rarity bonus that was removed from a red beast was 750%. This sounds big, but a 4-mod Arch Nemesis rare has a 41,000% bonus. Players have been saying we massively reduced drops, throwing out numbers like 90%, but in reality, a large difference could only occur in the most extreme situations involving Beyond, Delirium, and Incursion stacked with party, quantity, rarity, sextants, and scarabs, and a dedicated MF Kohler. I think he might be singling us out here. Every other player is unaffected on average. For example, when playing Breach, the reduction in currency items found is around 7%. In 100% Delirium maps, the difference hits 17%. In Incursion and regular non-league content, you'll find 25% more. So you have to understand, the whole community is telling GGG that the loot is terrible. They've made a huge mistake. There's a massive amount of FOMO going on because of people culling rare monsters for 70, 100, 150 divine. And poor Chris makes a Reddit post, which is essentially like kind of gaslighting the community, saying that the loot is really fine, which the tidbit about saying that there's X% of reduction of items was really what kind of rubbed the community the wrong way, so to speak, and why this particular...
The loot goblin culling in Colandra was probably the dumbest part. That was actually awful. That was by far the worst part of Colandra, was the loot goblification. You find a juicy rare monster, you have to like hire some guy with an MF character to kill it, or you drop like 95% less loot.
Post was so frowned upon and heavily downvoted at the time. On the topic of Colandra, Chris would go on to make one last Reddit post about tool-assisted Pantheon mod farming, which did receive a bunch of community praise, and this would be the last Reddit post Chris Wilson would make for 4 years.
Yeah, they actually, the PvE community, like, they had to tell their employees, don't go on Reddit anymore. Because it started with Harvest League. Harvest League was I could do the harvestication of PoE. That should be a video of how people just became rabid dogs.
Particular post was so frowned upon and heavily downvoted at the time. On the topic of Colandra, Chris would go on to make one last Reddit post about tool-assisted Pantheon mod farming, which did receive a bunch of community praise.
Oh, it's so bad. It's okay
Reddit
now.
Post Chris Wilson would make.
Honestly, community's pretty okay now, but around the harvest time was crazy.
With Colandra in the mirror, we need to take a look at the next league, which is going to be Sanctum, which started in December of 2022, just 4 months after the Colandra incident. Sanctum fixed a few issues from Colandra, mainly that loot conversions are now purely random, so there is no telegraphing of what is going to do a loot conversion anymore. So now, in theory, every single rare monster you kill has an equal chance of, doing the loot conversion. This fixes the culling problem that existed in Colandra. We had more nerfs to problematic Arch Nemesis modifiers as GGG continues to iterate and bring down the problematic Arch Nemesis modifiers. And on top of that, rares now spawn with less modifiers than before, so they're not as annoying to kill, and there's not as many problematic combinations for players. Ground loot is still in a dire state, but there's one singular mechanic holding up endgame magic finding or endgame mapping on stilts, and that is going to be enraged strongboxes. Post-Colandra, we are now in a landscape where, on average, League monsters are unrewarding, but there's one way to inject base quantity onto monsters, and that is enraged. You simply use the sextant for 600% base quantity on monsters in the strongboxes, and you add as many strongboxes as you humanly can to your map with the Atlas passives and scarabs. You choose a map with a good div card, and there's still ground loot. Hooray! Game's working great. Thumbs up. But the problem is that this is now the only way you can inject ground loot into your game. We're just holding up the end game on a single mechanic on stilts. We'll now fast forward to the trial of the Ancestors League, which came out in August of 2020.
Worst league. I'd rather play Colandra than this league, I'm going to be honest with you.
Here we get another pair of stilts to stand on when it comes to endgame farming and juicing. With the Ancestors patch, we got a new toy that is going to be the Speaker of the Dead Atlas Keystone passive. It makes it so tormented spirits in your maps can possess players for 20 seconds, and tormented spirits in your maps cannot possess monsters. For those unaware, touched monsters have a significant quantity bonus applied to them, similar to enraged monsters out of strong boxes. With some clever planning and manipulations of ghosts, a new farming meta arose. It's the same divination card farming strategy as we've seen for many years, but now instead of enraged strong boxes, we have to jam as many tormented spirits into the map as possible.
Ghost busting was pretty fun, honestly.
A common theme you'll see here with a lot of strategies post-Colandra is just players chasing the last remnants of mechanics that haven't had their quantity bonus nerfed yet. First we had strong boxes, then we had ghosts. Later on we're going to talk about rogue exiles. But it kind of does feel like we're drug addicts just chasing the very last mechanics that drop loot in the game. Overall, Ancestors was a very good league for juicers, but the problem still remained. We have a handful of viable ground loot strategies that are just warped around injecting as many monsters with high quantity bonuses into our maps. This makes stock league mechanics on average very unrewarding, but at least there's more than just strong boxes now. We have ghosts. But after Ancestors, we will see the craziest thing that has ever come to PoE. Affliction League came out in December of 2023, and we were absolutely not ready for the clownery that is going to come out of this particular league. GGG really threw out any restraint when making this league. Ghosting was still a strategy of this league, albeit overshadowed by other strategies quickly. Affliction was all-consuming. It didn't matter how bad the base state of the game was, or how unrewarding other league mechanics were, because Affliction was just the absolute craziest thing that PoE has ever seen to this day. Affliction was popular because it made made all mechanics viable. It introduced generic item quantity to literally everything, and when you hit a good Affliction, you wanted to kill absolutely every monster in the map. This made previously weak mechanics for ground loot like Abyss viable, once again because it spawns a large number of rares. But now, with the juiced quantity from Affliction, I'm not going to delve too deep on all of the ins and outs.
I don't know what I like less. Doing Toda or doing Affliction? I guess you were forced to do Affliction when you weren't really forced to do Toda, so I guess I don't like Affliction more. Like, not because of the loot, but I hated running in the darkness and stuff like that.
Affliction, but let's just say our resident Fub Gunner dropped something like 25 mirrors raw on his own and farmed around 80 mirrors in that league. Loot was at an all-time high, headhunters were just a couple divines in price, an all-time low. With our dopamine receptors fried, we will move on to Necropolis. With our refractory period not quite recovered yet, Necropolis comes out of left field with a rework to scarabs and the removal of sextants. Enraged strongboxes have been finally removed, and ghosting has finally eaten the final nerf to knock it out of viability this league. The nerfs aren't so bad though. The scarab rework brought hope to the magic finders and the juicers of the world because there are so many new combinations to try. Surely I'll be the one to find some super broken strategy, right? It'll be me. I'll be the one that'll find the combination. One scarab instantly caught every magic finder's eye. And now we need to talk about the curation scarab incident. The curation scarab let you pick 10 maps of divination cards, having them drop as full stacks, and they let you have 2 of the old generic divination card boosting scarabs in a single strategy. The scarab was absolutely one of the most broken things to exist in the league. Later on, players would start to discover how broken rogue exiles were in combination with the curation scarab, which led to the now infamous 10 mirrors in 1 day video by Fubgun. In Necropolis, rogue exiles were injected into the map via all flames, but players would soon discover just how powerful rogue exiles were after experiencing it in Necropolis. We also have our very first taste of the meat sack loot pinata meta when Ben popularized to the community just how stupid unique monster and rare monster modifier stacking plus tormented spirits could get. After Necropolis, yours truly ranted about how I generally disliked the new scarab system as stock league mechanics felt unrewarding in general, and hyper-specific scarab combinations multiplied out of control to be too powerful. It becomes a balancing nightmare for GGG, and I still believe that the new scarab system suffers heavily from this problem to this day. After the dust settles in Necropolis, we will have to move on to the year-long bonanza that is the Settlers League. Settlers started in July of 2024 and was almost open for a full year ending June the next year. We do have a couple massive changes in regards to loot. Item quantity on gear has been removed, but at the time wasn't a big
deal. That happened in Settlers? I thought that was way before.
As the glittering scarab still existed with increased item quantity. This just means you really just had to pay the slot tax on the glittering scarab. We also saw the reliquary scarab reworked into the Titanic scarab. Tormented spirits had their bonuses Colandrified, which means tormented spirits are just basically functionally useless now. The divination scarab reworked into the cloister scarab, which no longer provides a generic bonus to div card. Divination card drop locations also received a massive rework in regards to their drop location and drop pools. In theory, scrying divination cards will allow you to target farm specific cards on your preferred layout, but there's one catch. You can no longer increase the divination card drop rate relative to other items with the removal of the base divination scarab. So while you can scry whatever div card you want and use it alongside any strategy you are using, your divination card drop rate is significantly lower than it was before. There are strategies with pilfering where you inject a bunch of monsters that drop div cards, but it's a complete random grab bag at div cards and isn't really target farming div cards, which was a thing before. With these changes, the targeted farming of specific divination card set has basically been killed off completely. Last thing to talk about in Settlers League was the Titanic scarab and how dominant it has been for magic finding and just general ground loot. The reliquary scarab replacement has been the only thing holding magic finding together for the past few leagues, basically taking the place of enraged strongboxes from earlier leagues. Everything else for ground loot was just kind of bad in comparison comparison. For those unfamiliar, you just stack as many unique monsters in the map with Pandemonium or Rogue Exiles and stack the new pack size chisel, and voila, we have a bunch of loot pinatas running around the map. That's kind of it. You just run from unique monster to unique monster, not caring for a single other thing that is going on, a single other mechanic that is spawning rares, etc. 99% of everything in the map that isn't a unique monster doesn't drop shit, and you find the unique boss or exile and it explodes with uniques like a loot pinata. Titanic has kind of brought back that meta that existed in Colandra, where you're just running to the loot pinata, killing it, and then leaving the map, and then that loot pinata explodes with uniques. And this has kind of been the meta for around a year or two now. But Settlers was the first league where the Titanic scarab really started to be refined as a strategy, and over the next couple leagues, players will take it to their absolute maximum. We now bring ourselves to the Mercenaries League, which started in June of 2025. We have the same powerful Titanic scarab that existed before, but it's now juiced up with new toys. Number one, we have the extra party quantity from Mercenaries. For every mercenary in the party, you received basically 50% more quantity, which is half.
I don't know why
we
they
had
gave you
new
quantity.
memory maps with pedal abilities, which generated some insane loot explosions and conversions. We also had the discovery of the Rogue Exile Pokeball strategy with ritual vessels. For those not privy to the Pokeball strategy, the way it worked was...
Yo, they surely fix pedals this league, right? If they don't fix pedals, I don't know, I won't do anything, but...
You can capture giant
They
rogue
need to.
exiles in a non-juiced map, then smuggle those giant rogue exiles into a juiced up Titanic scarab map. Normally when you respawn monsters in a ritual, they have a loot penalty applied to them for each time they respawn. But a small oversight from the devs here is...
What's the pedal problem? There's like one good one and like 8 ones that are literally useless or negative.
that the loot penalty does not apply to the rogue exiles when they are split from being giant. This let you have a massive number of unique monsters to multiply your Titanic scarabs against, which led to some of the highest loot levels in terms of uniques that we've seen since Affliction. It's worth reiterating here again that all of these strategies require hyper-targeted niche interactions and scarabs to function. Meanwhile, the base game is still unrewarding since Colandra. While Rogue Exiles took the limelight as the strategy of the league, some new creative farms sprouted up as a result of the scarab changes, some notable shoutouts being the Evolution Shrine farming and Abyss of Hordes. We finally move on to GGG's latest released league, which is going to be Keepers, which started in October of 2025. Keepers is where the years of bad decisions warped around Arch Nemesis finally catches up with GGG. Some notable changes in Keepers was that the Titanic scaling was cut in half, which is obviously a big nerf to endgame farming and juicers. Additionally, generic map mod effect on the Atlas was cut nearly by half. Additionally, quantity and rarity nodes on the tree were also cut in half. The Evolution Scarab was pretty much gutted. The Rogue Exile inherent quantity and rarity bonus has finally been Colandrified. Abyss Hordes ate a huge nerf. Tier 17 map modifier bonuses have been nerfed. Risk Scarab has also been nerfed and limited to 1. And then finally, Breach, one of the most beloved mechanics of all of PoE, was reworked into something way more annoying and less rewarding. In terms of ground loot, that is, not speaking about the tree. In Keepers, we no longer had a strategy that holds the game up on stilts. No enraged boxes, no Affliction, no ghosting, no curation scarab, no rogue exiles. The game is finally laid out bare, and the players find that the game is just unrewarding at base level. There's a reason this league was received poorly, and it is the years of decisions that are warped around.
Was Breach beloved? It was unpopular because it was dog shit. Breach, prior to the rework, was only good for XP farming and had dog shit for loot. Yeah, it was what if you were racing to 100 that you'd just spam Breach, but it was terrible loot.
Colandra and the knock-on effects that have made us arrive here today. If you don't have a niche strategy and or scarab combination to abuse, what is left is the base game, and the players finally woke up to the reality that the base game is in dire need of help. Ground loot in PoE has been in such a dire state since Colandra, and has just been going from crutch strategy to crutch strategy because everything at a base level is simply unrewarding. It all started with an idea to try to make rare monsters more rewarding and challenging, happening. And what we got was design decisions warped around that end goal that compromise so many other systems in the game. Looking forward, GGG has mentioned they are planning a larger rework to endgame strategies and scarabs, so hopefully we will have new toys to tinker around with and new strategies to explore in the upcoming March League. I've been playing PoE for 13 years now, and I know GGG can always cook up something awesome. I want to thank you all for watching. This video has been a ton of work to put together, and hopefully we'll see you all in 328. Once again, I'm Snap, and thanks for watching.
That was a pretty good video. Point was the video was the progression of loot. Now 328 is gonna fix everything. Yeah, I don't know. What is there right now? There's like boxes in Blight. I guess those are the two strats right now, boxes and Blights. Yeah. I guess there's the OP Alva thing, but that's a bug. Alva thing's a bug. But yeah, that exists. That's true. That is true. You'd like to keep this little loot, if not, no-lifers always abuse. Bro, you're never gonna compete with the no-lifers. Bro, it's like it's a linear progression with how much you play, how much loot you get. It doesn't matter if there's 90% less loot, you're still having way less loot than the juicers. That's not how numbers work. Well, the point is, runs loot on ground loot. So basically right now, all the loot you get is like loot. I don't know why I needed paint for this, but you're never killing. Like, okay, let's see. Let's say you kill a pack of enemies like this. Every star is an enemy, right? You're pretty much never gonna kill a big pack like this for big loot, like, right? You're never gonna find a juicy pack in your map, essentially. Every time you're gonna get big loot, it's gonna be from, like, a big juicy monster, pretty much. It's either gonna be a big juicy monster, a big juicy box, or, like, a blight you click. Everything is from something clickable. Like, all the loot you get is from clicking something, essentially. It's not like you're never gonna kill a bunch of monsters and get a good loot, right? Like, I've pretty much every league I've dropped, every league for the past 4 leagues or so, I've gotten, I don't know if it's 4, 3? I've dropped, like, 1 to 2 mirrors in, like, a raw drop. Like, this league, I got my loot from the tree. I got 2 mirrors from the tree, right? Not a monster. Last league, what? I got a mirror from a box. Not a monster. Did I get a mirror from Abyss? I don't know. Or Mage Blood? I've lost track at this point. Anyways, yeah, like, pretty much the loot you're gonna get is from something clickable or like a single pinata monster. Yeah, I do have to watch the Fub Gun video, but the point is, like, you're never gonna walk into a pack of random blue skeletons and kill them and get good loot. You know, like these skeletons dropping you a scroll of wisdom. But if those skeletons come from a box and you kill them, then the box will drop you big loot. You know, like that's a problem. Which, I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't really bother me that much, but you know. Obviously not a good thing. What's the Fub Gun video? The Fub Gun video is just gonna be him staring at his hideout talking, right?
Hey guys. Hey guys, so I want to make a video going over the current state of ground
Hey,
loot
didn't
in
say
Path
Fub
XL1.
Gun
I've
here.
been wanting to make this video for a while, and I feel like it's about time I do make this video with 3.28 coming up. So in my opinion, ground loot currently in PoE 1 is probably the worst it has ever been, probably rivaling that of like a Colandra. So I want to go
TLDR for why Fub Gun is popular. You know, I tell people this a lot actually. If you want, especially if you live in like a third world country, if you want some easy money, all you have to do is be good at PoE. You're guaranteed a content creator position. I predicted Fub Gun's rise actually like perfectly. I don't know if I have a clip of this, but when Fub Gun was still like newer to streaming, I'm like, this guy's gonna blow up. And he went from like 100 viewers to what he is now in like a year or two. Like if I'm telling you, if you're just good at this game, people will watch you. You could probably not even talk. People will watch you. Like Uber Dan will start a stream and not talk. He has like 800 viewers and he streams like once every 3 years.
over the ground loot history of why it's so bad right now.
I mean, it's why people started watching me. I just got to rank 1 and died every league. Like it's really, so you don't even have to be good. You just have to die. You know, like
Some solutions and start some discussion on this.
it really is that easy.
3.28 can address a lot of these concerns. So before we get to any discussions and why ground loot's so terrible, let me just do a quick map show.
Or you like, there's a few scenarios. It is actually, PoE is one of the easiest places to become a content creator. I'm not saying anybody is like, doesn't deserve it or something. Like, I'm just saying you can just be good at the game and people will watch you.
Showcase, we're doing an 8 mod tier 16. Now I'm doing tier 16 over 0.5s of 17s because these don't have more multipliers. And I do feel like more multipliers contribute to the very bad state of ground loot currently. Yeah, regular tier 16, fully 8 modded map. We just have
you also have to be able to stay up for like 24 hours. That's true.
Just to buff the base loot of the map with max map effect and pretty much mostly max quant and just some scarab nodes. This showcase should show you why I think the current state of loot is just horrendous in this game. We will be using altars, but we won't be clicking the tile loot altars as that is tile loot and not, base ground loot. So this filter does show 1 chaos orb. I'm using my tier 17 filter, which shows like 1C and up. So let's see what we drop. I guess I'll pick up all the loot just so we can see at the end. I do expect to drop a couple of scarabs because we are spec'd into all the scarab nodes. Yeah, I'll clear this map real quick, and you'll more or less see why I think the current state of loot is just horrendous in the game. Of course, breach wall's still in the game. Hopefully that is removed in 3.28.
Hey, you think they removed
we'll take
breach
quant
walls?
here, just to buff the base loot even more. Take rarity, I guess. Doesn't really matter. So that is pretty much the full map besides the map boss. And as you can see, like I said, I'm showing chaos orbs and a full, max quant, mass map effect, tier 16 map. We didn't even drop a single chaos orb. At 200% increased quant, 58% pack size, we can't even drop a single chaos orb in a pretty much regular max juice tier 16. That is pretty much the current state of ground loot. I'll just go down my filter restrict real quick just to see what else has dropped. This is probably showing quite a bit, but let's see if going down this filter tier even shows anything else. Looks like the answer is no. So even my base default tier 16 filter, that is not that strict whatsoever. This is like half a chaos and up. We didn't drop anything that's worth showing on my filter. So real quick, I got this out of my stash tab. This filter is showing chisels, baubles, GCPs, and even orb fusions. Once again, it's also showing chaos orb. As you can see, we full clear this map and max juice, 200% quant. We didn't drop a single of any of those items. We dropped 3 scarabs, 2 jungle valleys, and a Solemnation div card. That is the current state of ground loot. Now,
I think the problem is too that doing a base map like that is just super fucking easy.
hope of this show
like a base map is power creeped out of the game.
Case you understand where I'm coming from. The current state of ground loot in PoE 1 is just awful. It is completely terrible. It probably needs almost an entire rework at this point. When you can do a 200% quant tier 16 and not even drop a single orb refusion, there is something seriously wrong with this game. So let's go over all the reasons why ground loot is bad. Why did ground loot come to this point? But let's go over all the reasons real quick. So first things first is that we lost a lot of map effect in 3.27. I think like 30 to 34% map effect was lost. This is the lowest base map effect / quant we've ever had since the core Atlas tree has went core. So yeah, we are at an all-time low in terms of just raw loot drops because we're just at a really low map effect and quant values now. Another one was a 3.25. We lost player quant. While not everyone's favorite, the game was balanced around player quant for over a decade, and removing player quant with no compensation was just a straight loot nerf. And now there's also been multiple farm nerfs, especially in 3.27 with no compensation back. So in 3.27, we had the Abyss Hordes nerfed, we had the Alpha Strat nerfed, we had the Breach Strat nerfed because Breach got reworked, but that was ultimately a ground loot nerf because the new Breach doesn't drop ground loot. And that pretty much only left Blight as the only real ground loot farm left.
Wait. Doesn't Breach just drop its ground loot at the end of it?
And a lot of people pretty much hate Blight, especially endgame farmers. It's just not that fun playing at 1 FPS all the time, doing
Wait, it didn't
max juice Blights. Do hope this is not really a thing in 3.28. And a fourth big reason is stuff like King's March, the Genesis Tree, and Gold Goblin heavily devalues all ground loot in the game at all stages. You know, getting Divines, Raw Chaos, the perfect gear from Genesis Tree, and extremely good gear from Gambling just devalues everything that drops on the ground. And the last reason is the game is currently balanced around more loot multipliers, which makes it when you don't run them feel terrible, because if you're not running 200%, 300% more currency, more scarabs, you're just not really dropping loot whatsoever, because that is what the game is balanced around. Doing regular tier 16s just drops no loot. Even doing tier 17s and not properly rolling them will result in no loot. So yeah, there's been multiple reasons why, the loot feels terrible right now, because there's been multiple loot nerfs combined with other sources like tile loot sources, these guaranteed sources that just devalue the current loot on the ground. Now, if you don't know what a tile loot is, you don't really understand what I'm saying. Tile loot is a form of loot that is guaranteed to drop. If you've done strong boxes, which pretty much everyone has done, when you click an arc in a strong box, you are guaranteed currency, ranging anywhere, I believe, from a transmutation orb to a Post-Colandra, right? You can drop anything in between those items. But that is a form of tile loot because it's guaranteed item drops. It's guaranteed currency drops. Getting more quant in your map, getting more pack size, getting more rarity doesn't really affect the strong box whatsoever. It's just guaranteed that loot reward. Another form of tile reward is Legion. The Legion monsters have these icons over the head, and that means they're guaranteed to drop those items. Stuff like the Legion Sergeants, they have a Chaos Orb over the head. That means they're guaranteed to drop a currency item, and that loot does not scale with quant. Yeah, that is tile loot, and currently in the state of the game, in which every single farm in the game is a tile loot farm outside of something like raw loot Blight. I actually have a full spreadsheet of a ton of different farms in this game, And just go down real quick. Pretty much all this is tile loot. Legion is tile loot. Scarab farm is more or less kind of like tile loot because you just get a ton of increased scarab chance and it's guaranteed scarab drops. Containment's tile loot. Expeditions tile loot. Blight map farm. This is tile loot. A Blight scarab and currency farm.
Elves came in. I'll be right back. Burb. Acted Fub can drop a mirror.
This is once again pretty much only raw base loot farm in the game. Map farm, essence, tile loot, this deli orb farm, that is tile loot. Once again, the deli orb rewards down below, that is just pure tile loot. Harbinger, tile loot, ultimatum, tile loot, harvest, tile loot, altars and contract farm, once again, tile loot. Destructive play, once again, tile loot, because you click the map nodes and it's just guaranteed to drop maps. So as you can see, I have a lot of different farms on my spreadsheet. A lot of people use this, and pretty much all of this, besides this like apothecary farm and raw currency farm, is just all tile loot. You don't really drop anything in these farms besides just tile loot. Now, there's nothing wrong with tile loot in general. I think tile loot farms are completely fine to have, but when pretty much all the farms in the entire game are tile loot, there is something really, really wrong with the current state of loot. So let me go over all these one by one. First is King's March, Genesis Tree, and Gambling. I really feel like this is a major problem in the current game. King's March especially just heavily devalues all currency in the game. You know, when you go to King's March, it's both mappers and boats. Mappers, you get a ton of raw currency, you get divines really often. You can usually expect like 1 raw divine per 36 mappers doing tier 16 maps. If you're doing boats, obviously 50 mil boats, you're just guaranteed close to like, you know, 60 to 100 plus raw divines in value because of mirror shards, which is insane. You're gonna do that once a week. Or if you do smaller boats like small 500k, you know, the blue Xanath, you can expect a divine every couple of runs. Once again though, that's just devaluing the, you know, ground loot. If you're getting raw divines from your mappers, raw divines from your boat, and this is like, you know, every single day you log in, right, you can expect to have raw divines in your King's March. That means every raw divine you're dropping on the ground has less value, has less worth, and it also feels less good, right? If you have 5 divines from King's March and then you drop your first raw divine on the ground, that raw divine on the ground doesn't feel as good because you already have 5 divines in your stash from King's March. This pure AFK, like mobile game mechanic.
Never get the divines of divine, you don't care where it comes from. Yeah, I mean, if you don't play very much, it doesn't really matter, but it's when you're playing for 5,000 hours and there's no variety, it's kind of lame. It's definitely not a casual player problem.
Like, it just devalues ground loot at pretty much no effort. Keeping up gold is, you know, sure, at the start, the first few days can be an issue for a few players, but you know, a week plus in, 5+ days in, you're not really struggling at gold. And if you still are, you just do 1 gold rotation and you're completely fine from there on out. King's March is a big reason why currency on the ground is devalued. Of course, that's not the reason why loot is bad, but it doesn't help whatsoever. Now, Genesis Tree, as we do know, it's going core. We don't know if it's being changed at all. We don't know if it's being nerfed. They haven't said anything, but it's going core. But Genesis Tree is the same issue. Genesis Tree just prints all these perfect triple tier 1 rare items, which makes picking up rares on the ground just not even worth it. Now, I will say rares are not really worth it at all to pick up past day 1 and day 2, but I feel like especially this league, you know, Fresher League 3.27, in the currency of the game, it's really not even worth as you enter maps to show anything but rings or amulets like boots, chests, helm, weapons. Those aren't even worth showing anymore as you just enter maps. And picking up rare gear should be a core part of the ARPG experience, even if it doesn't last forever, even just for like a day or
I think they should just nerf King's March to where, like, you have to consciously farm it or you don't. Like, the way it is right now is it's too strong, and then early the gold grind's really annoying, but then it hits a point where you just get it for free, essentially. Why you're playing SF only, no stress, no need to do stuff you don't want to do? You have it backwards, dude. You need to do everything in SSF. Trade's the thing you can just not do stuff because you can just buy it. You got it backwards, dude.
right? But currently, it's not even worth picking up random chests off the ground, random gloves off the ground, because you just get it from both Genesis Tree and King's March Gambling. So yeah, the Genesis Tree combined with King's March Gambling completely destroyed any meaning of rare loot whatsoever. You don't even bother picking it up day 1 or day 2 anymore. You just get the perfect gear from your tree. This heavily devalues ground loot. Besides that though, this still gives raw.
Not true, you rarely do. King's March is not fun, so you skip it. You can still do that in trade.
Currency Genesis
I do that in trade all the time.
Tree gives a ton of uniques. I think the uniques is another big issue, and I hope it is looked at in 3.28. But yeah, this also heavily devalues uniques. You just get so many from the tree, which once again, that devalues the ground loot in the game. And then of course gambling, which I did talk with the Genesis tree. No, I actually really like gambling. In 3.26 and 3.25, it felt very good as a gear progression mechanic, but gambling combined with the Genesis tree, which makes rare, gear on the ground irrelevant because gambling has like lucky rolls. So yeah, gambling is also an issue currently because it does combo with the Genesis tree quite nicely. You pretty much use it to fill out your slots. Now, more loot multipliers is another major issue of the game, and I do wish this does go. So more loot multipliers, maybe you're unfamiliar with it, maybe you play PoE 2, you're not really that familiar with PoE 1. But yeah, more loot multipliers is stuff like this. We have more scarabs, right? You can chaos roll, you can get more currency, more maps, more scarabs. You also get higher pack size, quant, and rarity, which I think are fine as rolls. But yeah, you get a ton of more multipliers, and this scales your map effect. This also chisels as well. These give 100% more currency and 100% more scarabs. And you can get maps with 400, 500, 600% more currency. And doing those maps versus regular maps is a massive difference. And more multipliers, and one way or another, is a form of tile loot because you're targeting a specific type of loot, right? You're targeting loot that is more or less does fall into the line of tile loot because you are expected to get that type of loot. So yeah, multipliers are another big issue. Now, I do want to explain why I want ground loot to feel good though, and why I'm not a big fan of tile loot farms. So a big reason why I'm not a fan of tile loot farms is because you already know what you're going to get, which makes it way less exciting. For example, if you do boxes, you know you are just going to drop a raw to find, most likely, in almost every single containment map. Of course, not every single map does drop it, but it makes it way less exciting if you already know you are going to get it. You go inside a map and you just know you're going to raw to find back, it's way less exciting. And this is true for pretty much all tile loot farm. Once again, I'm not a hater of all tile loot farm. There's nothing wrong with, knowing the guaranteed rewards you are going to get back. Some people do like that. When every farm feels like that, it is an issue, right? I personally want to go inside a map and not know what I come out with. The reason why I really like Crimson Temple back in Trial of the Ancestor League 3.22 is because you didn't know what type of loot you were going to come out with. And the reason why it was one of the best farms ever, in my opinion, was because of that fact. You went into a Crimson Temple map and you could drop a Mage Blood, a Headhunter, Divine Orb, Apothecary card, 7 Years of Bad Luck, the Dragon card from Power card, or just raw Chaos Orbs. You could drop so much different type of loot, and it made that farm so fun because it wasn't tile loot and you weren't guaranteed anything. You went into the side of the map and you didn't know what you were going to get out of it. So yeah, that's personally the type of farm I prefer, and it's what this game really, really lacks right now. A lot of farms right now is just tile loot, which I just don't like that much. So let's go over some solutions and some stuff they can do, at least with my suggestions. So first things first, they have to heavily nerf or even remove King's March and Genesis Tree. Personally, I wish King's March was removed. Genesis Tree, they said, is going core, but yeah, this stuff needs to be nerfed. If this stuff stays in the game unnerfed, it just completely destroys any value of the current ground loot we currently have. Makes your divines worth less because you get a lot of them from King's March. Makes any rare gear completely pointless to pick up from day one onwards. And I don't think there's anything wrong when rare gear is divided off the ground. But day one, day two progression, picking up rare gear should be a core part of the ARPG experience.
That's a lot of
I
words.
think there is something wrong when you don't even pick up rare gear in maps anymore. But stuff like the Genesis Tree, King's March, and Gambling is just so strong and completely removes any value in those ground rare loot. Another big change I think they should do is remove more multipliers. But in return, they have to drastically buff the base quant and base monster quant to make up for it. And I do mean drastically. Don't just do like a base, 10% more monster quant buff. It has to be a massive buff to base quant. This would be a really big change because it would make everyone at all map tiers have improved loot, whether they do tier 16, tier 17s, or even like yellow maps at the start of the league. Your loot would be improved with a change like this. I do think multipliers are just really, really bad for the game.
Yeah, the rare loot off the ground, I think, is not really something to focus on with the Genesis tree. Especially in softcore. Dude, if you're picking up shit off the ground in softcore, you're trolling. Unless it's literal day one. I mean, I guess you lose day one loot with the tree, but the problem with the tree is you don't lose just day one loot. You get the week 2 loot on day one because the gear is so crazy. There's pretty much no reason to ever craft an item again in the game. with Genesis tree. I mean, obviously, like at super high end, you're gonna King's March, recombinated or whatever, and then at the super high end, well, it doesn't really matter. You're just doing that to do it. Like Genesis tree will just like shit out stuff that you can kill Ubers with on like day 2, like GG.
There's a whole nother discussion in tier 17.
Like I think that's the problem. Like, you know, the ground loot for gear is like whatever. That hasn't really been a thing for years, but it's like 18 hours in, you have like full Uber gear from it because it drops like 5 P1 rares.
Multiplayer map rolling, which I won't get into, but I heavily dislike it. I do think removing it would be an overall net positive.
I think, honestly, I don't know if they're gonna remove these. I could see them nerfing ground loot. I mean, buffing ground loot. I could see them buffing ground loot, but I don't know. I have this theory. Okay, I could actually imagine them nerfing it. I could see them doing this is a buff, but it's actually a nerf. But what I think, I have a theory for what's happening here. Is I think GGG is trying to, I could be way off base here, it's complete hypothesis, but I think they're trying to speed up how fast you are done with each game. Since there's 2 games now and there's shorter cycles between them 2, people will burn out faster, so they have to make the game progress faster. I don't know. It's a little theory.
Game, if return.
Could be wrong, could be right, I don't know.
They buffed the base quant and base monster quant to make up for it. Another thing they had to do is a complete scarab rework. This is also kind of like another discussion here, but the endgame has been extremely stale for so time right now, and so much of the current scarabs just pretty much reinforce this tile loot meta. None of them really.
I mean, the game is so fast now. You actually do everything so fast in this game. Like it's approaching like D4 levels, how fast you could be done with it if you want to be. Like you hit a point where you start to farm just to farm really quickly.
Buff ground loot all that much. On top of that, pretty much half the scarabs in the games are completely useless. So yeah, I do think overall scarab rework, especially scarabs that aim to improve ground loot, would be a huge help in this as well. Yeah, those are the 3 major things I would do to help the current state of ground loot. I do think it is fixable, but the current state of ground loot is just so terrible in PoE. I really hope it's heavily addressed in 3.28. Because whether you're like an endgame juicer like me, or it's a casual tier 16 farmer, we both feel the current effect of ground loot. We both know it's bad. VX a casual tier 60 farmer, they'll also say ground loot's bad. VX me, I also say it's bad. It's just bad for everyone right now, and it really needs a lot of attention and a lot of help in 3.28, which I do hope GG does address. So yeah, these are overall my suggestions and my ideas on how to improve ground loot, why ground loot is bad, and just explain all the reasons why it is currently really bad. I do think another thing they can do is if they do remove a lot of rare sources from the Genesis tree and King's March, having tiered rare loot in this game I think would go a long way, especially for day 1 and day 2 progression. You know, tiered rares how it is in PoE 2. I think adding it to PoE 1 would help it and would make picking up rare loot more rewarding for that first few days. Of course, eventually rare loot in PoE 1 does become worthless, and that is fine. But once again, it should be a core part of your progression for the first few days, and currently in 3.27 it's not, because once again, gambling industry, I keep saying it over and over, just completely devalues it. So yeah, that's the whole video. I hope I didn't miss anything. I hope this can start a good discussion, because a lot of players, and especially me, just really dislike the current state of the loot in the game. It just does not feel good. It doesn't feel fun to farm. Personally, for me, 3.27 was probably the most boring league I ever played. It just wasn't fun because there was just no really good endgame farms, or the only good endgame farms was the same ones we're doing for like multiple leagues in a row. Stuff like strong boxes, which is just tile loot. So yeah, that's mostly about it. If you have any questions or want to start a discussion below, just leave a comment. But yeah, that's about it.
6. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like, I don't know, GGG's like kind of dug themselves in the hole here. Like if you take away the tree in King's March, people are gonna bitch because it's really easy loot. But they don't take it away, people will bitch. And then I feel like there's no easy way to buff ground loot. I mean, I guess they could just jack the numbers up on everything, but I don't know, it's built on such a weird system with the random arbitrary bonuses for stuff. Like, the game is built on a really weird loot system. I don't know if just jacking up the numbers of everything across the board would even like work properly. You know, it's like weird. They're in a tricky spot. Yeah, they could just go back to the hidden modifiers, but I don't know. I think King's March they need to make it a deliberate farm. It's way too easy to just slap stuff on King's March. I don't really know the proper way to do that. I guess you need to make it an Atlas tree passive or something. Appers should cost crops. I want to say they should remove mappers from King's March, but like on the other hand, then what's left? Boats. Then it might be too stripped out. I don't know. I don't know. King's March is weird. I don't know. I mean, I like King's March. I just don't like how it is right now. I mean, I wouldn't be upset if they dumped it. You know, here's what they make it so you have to build it up again, right? And then they nerf the shit out of it, but still, so it's an okay option if you want to do it. I wouldn't mind that. If it was like a middling strategy or something, but I don't know. Then I guess if it's like a, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know if it works with the timed system. But it's got to be really, I mean, it's got to be good for casual players. I mean, you get one boat shipment and your entire build's paid for. I don't know. Yeah, it's good for casuals. Sure. Well, casual here, I just mean anybody who will make more money from boats or make a lot more money from boats than they would from actually playing the game. But that's also because ground loots or like base strategies are really bad. There's kind of been a shift too, which a lot of people refuse to acknowledge. And I don't necessarily think this is a bad shift either, but you can't Alk and go anymore, which I don't think is really a bad thing. Like, throwing scarabs in is kind of required now with the changes to them. And a lot of people just refuse to do it. Yeah, there are some Alk and go methods, but not really. Game's in an interesting state. Scarabs because their loot font is purple. I mean the filter that you can change? You can make everything purple. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of overlapping problems. 328 will fix everything then. Yeah, I think the Warlock would fix everything, true. Alright, we go back to Sextants. Yeah, the really old sextants where you sextant your entire atlas for sextant blocking. Yes. Okay, hot take though, I actually kind of like the Elder Ring and Shaper thing. I like the concept of it. It is pretty annoying to do, but it's kind of cool. Well, tablets are definitely worse than scarabs. Tablets have their own problems. I think the problem with tablets, like it's fine to use, but if you're not paying attention or you're a new player or something, it is so unintuitive because so many times you will pick up a tablet and you'll get a 20 div tablet and you'll have no idea and you'll just waste it. Like, PoE2 is heading in another weird direction, which isn't really bad for me, but it's bad for noobs. PoE2 is getting really unintuitive. PoE2 is getting really unintuitive, which is the opposite of what they wanted to do. Like, I would guess that a lot of noobs in PoE2 probably lose money using their tablets over gaining money because they just use them wrong. Like, I mean, they're still getting money, but they would get more money from just selling the tablets if they knew which ones were really good with the mods. Like, there's some crazy tablet prices. It's just like a random 2-mod Abyss tablet and it's like 20 div. Like, I bet people were losing money running them. Or I guess losing, not maximizing their money. Like, stuff like that is not great. I don't mind. I don't mind tablets themselves. I mean, yeah, I don't mind it, but there's problems. But yeah, I don't know. UE1 has so many like weird interwoven problems. I don't know, I think it's like, it's a combination of neglecting the state of loot and just like adding multipliers in random spots, essentially. And then comboed with power creep. You know, nobody ever wants to address power creep, but like a default Alk and Go map cannot drop good loot. It's way too easy to do an Alk and Go like map for it to drop loot. Like Alk and Going is power creeped out of the game. You will never die in an Alk and Go map. You'll never take any damage. I mean, yeah, it shouldn't drop none, but it shouldn't drop very much either. I don't really care if it drops 0 fusings or 3 fusings. Like the power scale in PvE1 is fucked up. Like outside of boxes and the Abyss stuff, like most of the strats were like giga hard, right? Like you'd go from basically the easiest shit in the world to giga hard strategies. It's like really weird. Like if there was a graph on the difficulty of the strategies, like a middling strategy would be like at the bottom of the graph in terms of difficulty, and then the really good strategies are like at the fucking top. It's just like a giant wall. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of problems. I don't know if they can fix it in one patch. The band-aid thing is to just make more default loot drop, I guess. Ulamok Farm in Fruscia? I don't know what that is. I mean, I don't think we're gonna get anything except for band-aids until PoE2 is in a good spot. I think tiered loot is not a bad idea for rares. It's not a bad idea. I think tiered loot in PoE1 actually wouldn't even be that good though, because the mod pools are way bigger than PoE2. PoE2 mod pools are actually tiny. There's like only good modifiers. There's like 3 bad mods in the entire pool of anything. I don't even know if tiered loot would even really do that much. Because PoE2, the mod pools are just tiny. It's really hard to hit bad stuff in PoE2. I don't know. It's hard to get like a concise structure of this in your mind because it's just all over the place. It's literally like everything has some kind of problem. Like a big spaghetti of problems. It's hard to just say a single solution. I don't know, plain spaghetti. No sauce. I gotta, hold on, let's revisit the Alk prophecy though. I always like to revisit the Alk prophecy to see how true it came. Damn, is it like dead on, dude? It's crazy how much he predicted here, actually. It's crazy how much he predicted here.
They're talking. They're fucking playing Awaken Chain GMP Turbo GMP. It shoots out 86 projectiles and it chains 18 times. And they also have the ability
That happens.
to fly because they have the Flight Quicksilver Adrenaline Turbo Flask that gives them the 800% movement speed. They're just sitting there flying over the map, shooting all these Awakeners. Awaken gems are just.
That's basically the wine flask.
Plowing out everywhere, and then the fucking Exalted Orb just appears in the middle of their screen. It's like this fucking big, and they click it, and then boom, 100
That's a rogue exile.
Exalted Orbs come out, and then all the Exalted Orbs, they click at one time, they all fly into the character, and then three
that
Mirror
hasn't
of
happened
Colandras
yet.
appear on the screen. 1, 2, 3. All their items duplicate, and now they can sell them on the trade site. And now they have 10,000 Mirrors of Colandra.
That was Sanctum.
But Mirrors of Colandras are peasant currency at this stage. They now have Awakened Mirror of Colandra. What it does is it mirrors an item, and it makes all the rolls T1.
We don't need mirrors for that, dude. We got the tree. It's actually, you know, that prediction actually is like, that's the worst prediction because it came true, but it's so much worse because you don't need a mirror for it. You just click a button on a tree.
And it also adds 2 extra influences. So now you can actually get 16 influences on items. It also adds 2 extra links, so you can get 8 link gear.
I think we have like 14 links. Well, I think back then, I think that existed too. Yeah, I don't know. They gotta giga nerf the tree, or just make it not have rares or something. I don't know. But I feel like if the tree doesn't have rares, I feel like it's stupid. I guess they can just make it hard to get it, or make the raids terrible or something. I don't know. Yeah, he was playing Cyclone. I'm pretty Cyclone still sucked at this point, but dude, Alg stuck with Cyclone for so long. Even though it sucked ass. I don't know. There's a lot of problems. A lot of problems. Cyclone's not good. Shockwave is good. Graphs are gone. I wish that the graphs are actually cool. They deleted the coolest part of the new breach. The graphs are actually cool, dude. I mean, definitely like way too OP, but they're actually cool. That was by far the best part of Breach. Almost all of them were too strong, but like pretty much all of them were too strong. It was either dog shit or too strong. Those 2 defensive guys are making all guard skills irrelevant? What do you mean? They stacked. They buffed regular guard skills. Yeah, I guess it's like Sanctum Personal Relic, but I don't know. I feel like they, especially for like, I think the best example I've got is casters. Graphs kind of made casters possible to be played because you get a little bit more defense than it needs. And this is more of a hardcore problem, I guess, but like there's certain archetypes like casters that are nearly unplayable because they're so dog shit in defense. Now that could be cool, like a bloodline ascendancy so you can solve graphs. I mean, that'd be cool. They need to rework suppress too. Suppress is another problem. If you don't have good suppression, your build feels like shit for the most part. Will I ever stream Super Mario Paint? Yeah, I don't know. Suppress is essentially just a 5th resistant for a lot of characters. Unless you're like a 90 all-res armor stacker or something. No suppress sucks. Yeah, like energy shield stacker can kind of get away with it too if you have block or something. I don't know. But it's dumb in a lot of builds. I know, they should add a stat on shields that adds gain life on suppress. Yeah. I don't know. A lot of problems. What doesn't have a problem in PoE1? What is actually in a good state in PoE1? Iced, yes. Campaign's dog shit. We've had the same leveling skills for like 5 years. I want new leveling skills. That's not fun to run the campaign with rolling magma for the 80,000th time. Yeah, they were. I mean, they were good. Well, they didn't. Well, we got lucky they stopped reworking Axe. Honestly, we got lucky they stopped reworking Axe because shit like the mud flaps weren't it. They should have started at the top and not the bottom. I don't know. Like they buffed the hardest act in the, like Act 1's the hardest act in the game already, and they buffed it when the later acts are the easiest. I don't know. I think we're lucky they stopped doing that. Honestly, I think a good campaign change would be implementing the gauntlet bosses. Those are pretty fun. I think that's a good change. So it's like you're not running into a bunch of tedious ROAs or something. Like, yeah, no mods. Like you have like a big difficulty spike at the end of every act, but it's not like stupid annoying to get there. There's still some kind of difficulty. Well, you know, the enrage is fine. It's just a random modifier. I don't know. Power creep is just out of control, and it's like invalidating a lot of part of the game. Which it's never a popular opinion to rein in power creep, but some stupid ass shit. I don't know. I don't envy the people working on UE1. Yeah, they should sell PoE1 to crafting. Brew. I don't know. I doubt it'll be. Right, we doubt a lot of the problems will be fixed for a while. I could see that, like, I think they'll probably band-aid ground loot. There's no way they leave ground loot the way it is. Really? Yeah, I don't know. They might have to bring back the historic quantity and I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. A lot of different stuff. But even then, like, I don't think it's good if it's only League mechanic monsters dropping a lot of loot either. But you'll never drop something good from the random skeleton. So I don't know. Wait, but the problem is, like, how do they buff overall loot without making the, like, the top end strats are crazy. Are they gonna remove all the crazy scarabs? I mean, maybe. I don't know. You can't just buff everything, because then you're gonna get some stupid ass stuff. Add more foulborn? That's what they said, so probably. Blanket, it says Twitch partner. It's my Twitch blanket. I think the problem with Syndicate, it's too spiky getting Veiled Orbs from Katarina. And Katarina's like a dumb fight now too. I don't know. I don't like the Katarina change. And then I guess like, yeah, they nerfed grab and a lot of those random guys, and they aren't worth farming. I don't know, dude. No, I used to never like doubt G2G, but they're lost in the sauce right now, dude. Some very questionable stuff coming out of them. Like it's still like the best RPG by far, but the overall like quality and decision making I feel like has gone way down. I don't know, I mean, is it just Chris missing? Maybe, I don't know. Yo, right now it'd actually be a perfect time for like a new ARPG to come out. They'd Stomp did. I don't think there's any being made though. There's like a perfect shot for another Last Epoch right now. I don't know why No Rest for the Wicked's trying to market as an ARPG. I guess because it's more popular? I don't know. Is it even more popular? I don't think that's even necessarily true. I don't know, dude. Oh yeah, what is that Astro Loot game? Should I try it? That guy is a little unhinged. The lead guy for No Rest for the Wicked is a bit unhinged, yeah. I'm sure there's more than the random snippets that I've seen too. He seems like he's kind of manic. Like he'll go into really weird ramblings and stuff. I haven't seen any of his interviews though. But there's some weird stuff like when he was begging people to give the game positive reviews. Which is against Steam TOS, by the way. I mean, I guess it's not enforced, but... Yeah, he was on like a multiple day Twitter begging streak of trying to get people to positively review the game. Has the game hit like mixed reviews or something? I don't know. Yeah, I mean it worked though. It worked. I think let's see what the rating is.
What do you remember?
Nothing. Oh yeah, it's very positive now on Steam, so it worked. What is their Steam charts? 15K 24-hour peak, and they peaked at 62K last month. Like exactly. It is Octavian appearing in a podcast. Dude, Mark still is around. That'd be cool if Octavian got a better or higher position with more decision making. Octavian was a smart player. I don't know. I wonder how much would be fixed if they could just hire more people. I think that's gotta be a lot of their problem. They just don't have a good hiring pool. Yeah, apparently it's like giga hard to hire people there or something. And I don't think they can do like out of country remote work. I mean, I think they don't like remote work anyways, but I don't think it's even an option they can do. But that's kind of a moot point because I'm pretty sure they don't like remote work anyways. Yeah. Jungron on the roster. Chronicle, I'm at like 30% or something. Yeah, Jung would be a god tier QA guy. Dude, okay, here's what I don't understand. So they like allegedly do have testers and stuff, but this is more a PoE2 thing too. How the fuck does something like the Temple go live? It's like legitimately 5 minutes of an experienced player playing and you're like, wow, this is fucked. Okay, maybe not 5 minutes, but like an hour or something. I don't know, shit like that got through. You know, maybe their QA is like, oh, a random new player can kind of interact with it. Cool. I don't know. I don't know, the temple was just so bizarre. Like, even in the way they handled the, like, next patches, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, they did go on break, but I don't know, like, the temple was, like, just something that shouldn't have happened the way it happened. It's just bizarre. Like, I've never seen something really bizarre in PoE. Like, the ground loot being fucked, like, I get that, but it's not bizarre. But the temple was truly just bizarre. It was like, it did not feel like a PoE implementation at all. Everything about the temple. What is not bizarre about the temple? I don't think there's a single, like, non-bizarre thing about temple. Like, literally everything from, like, how you place tiles to the loot it drops. Literally everything is bizarre. Like, they wanted it to... They want PoE to be the intuitive game that new players can play, yet they introduced the most unintuitive mechanic. Okay, maybe not the most unintuitive, but, like, top 3 most unintuitive in any PoE game. Probably still doesn't top, like, Synthesis or something, but, you know, it's just bizarre. Yeah. I missed one. The Abyss thing is bizarre too. I don't know. I had a feeling it was intended, but it's so weird. Like, I knew it had to be intended because it's so weird, I don't even know how that would be a bug. But I don't know which is more bizarre, if it was a bug or intended. I don't have my thing. I don't know. So weird. I've been really questioning GGG lately. Never thought this day would come. $20 omens. I'm guessing that was with, like, doing the wisp strat and shit. I would never rip in this game. Those qualities crazy. Are those all like Omen of Lights too? Yeah, I don't know, it's so weird. Those quality is crazy. Yeah, you drag the Abyss Monster out of the cloud, they drop way better stuff and a lot more. And then you combine that with, yeah, wisps. I can't, it's been like that, yeah, the whole time too. So odd. I don't even like. I did. Is it a management problem? Is it a designer problem? I don't know. They got problems, dude. Should I try Dark Haven? Is it worth playing for like 30 minutes or whatever? However much content is it? Is it funny? On so many peasant crimes. Where's the dimensional blade? Oh yeah, that mod's definitely played a lot of Dark Haven. I know it. That mod loves farming games that have like no content and maxing them out. That's his thing. Actually, his thing did. I don't think pay to win is necessarily the problem at Lost Ark. I think the problem at Lost Ark is like there's so much. I mean, I guess pay to win ties into this because you could use pay to win to skip it, but like there's so much random dog shit you had to do. Like even when you first started the game, you had to do this 20+ hour campaign and you couldn't even speed through it because the dialogue was unskippable. They did fix that, but I don't like, I mean, I think pay to win game could be fine, but it's when it's how much like bullshit is in there. The pay to win was interesting because pay to win, like paying anything was like extremely efficient. Like if you were gonna swipe, you had to swipe thousands or you got jack shit, essentially. But I think the worst thing was if you're playing with like a group of people, they can just get RNG'd and they can't progress with you anymore. And I don't know if that's like trying to bait them into spending $5 grand to get the next upgrade or something, but like if you just drop like $20, you're not getting jack shit in that game. Like you need to drop thousands. I don't know how it is now, but that's how it was on release. They should have just like focused on raids. I don't know. I think they do focus a lot more on raids now than when it first came out, but when it first came out, there's just like so much random dog shit you had to do. That I didn't mind doing it at first, but like you had to just do it every single day for months and months and months until the new content came out. I don't know, like, you know. I think Lost Ark could have been the WoW killer. I mean, not really, but like, I think it could have been a major RPG, a major MMO if they didn't like fuck it up so bad. Like if they just made it like essentially a boss rushing in a raid log game, I think it like would have popped off, and maybe a couple other activities like I don't know, some horizontal stuff that's mostly Titan's Revenge. It's time for a Jabazon. Yeah, there's a lot of bots too, but honestly I feel like bots are kind of just implicit in most games. Although the bots were pretty crazy there. But, I don't know. Most games have major botting problems. It's kind of just a fact of games like that. I don't know. I don't know a game that, like... The only way you don't have a major botting problem is if the game just doesn't work that way, like... I don't really ever take that into consideration with things. Like, bots are essentially included in the standard game economy or whatever. There's something I'm really curious. I'm curious what the PoE economy would be like without bots. I wonder how much they actually impact it. At least for softcore. Obviously in like hardcore there's not many bots, but if at all. I'm very curious in softcore what the economy would be. Party farmers a problem for the economy? No. That's probably the biggest misconception people have about PoE. Group farms are not efficient. They're terrible. If you look at how much MP and his team actually makes hourly, it's actual dog shit. It's like what I make hourly, not doing any juicing. They make like 7 div an hour or some dog shit on average. It's not good. Oh, it is significantly worse. They legitimately average like 7 or 8 div an hour, which is way worse than what you can do solo. Good one, Danielle, good one. Yeah, best farm is definitely 2-player. Well, early anyways. At least in hardcore. I can't really speak with certainty on softcore, but 2-player farm in hardcore is OP as fuck. We should terrorize River of Flame, I win. I don't know. I've been wanting to do a softcore blast, but I don't know. I feel like in hardcore you can ignore a lot of the problems, like with the mechanics, because you can still make everything like really profitable in hardcore because of scarcity. But then I guess this, yeah, scarabs is a problem, but then in softcore, like most farms are just dog shit. Like if you farm like Harpies, it's like legitimately 1 div an hour or something, as opposed to being like a guaranteed 8 or something in hardcore. I don't know, different problems. The real strat is to become friends with a scarab farmer and they just sell them straight to you. Yo, you know, dude, forget PoE1 timeless scarabs. You know what's really fucked up and is another just like bizarre thing in PoE2? You can't use a calculator for it, so you have to just keep buying random ones until you get the mods you want. It's awesome. But I don't know. Dude, the hardcore economy is dead as fucking keepers. It was crazy. I've never seen it that dead. I think it's because of the tree. It's so dead. Yeah, I mean, I guess there wasn't much need to trade, but like, I don't know, it's so dead. stupid purse. Hey, give me that. Drop my marbles. Yeah, I think you can lose it. You have to go get it again. Why not? I can't search by the base type. Excellent. Over there, that's all. I'm not convinced. Yeah, it's from the new set. I'm not convinced they fixed that everything shows eligible for the Chronicle. I've not picked up a single base item that hasn't said it. Bro, how many set Chris's are there? I'm pretty sure that change didn't work. I don't know. I'm a PD2 main now. I mean, this isn't PD2, but... Yeah, this is just PD2 training. The question is, do I play next PD2 League SF or not? PD2 is the best form of D2. By far. Ooh, this is gonna be Mara's. That amulet? Mara's. What do you mean? PD2 trading is just like PoE trading before they added instant. They try- what do you mean they try to scam you all the time? No, they don't. Or you actually get banned insta in that game if you scam. Mara's. Stupid Nozocon. I don't think they're gonna make D2R have better mods for it. I mean, there's D2R mods, it's just offline only. I don't think they have any plans to change that. Alright, game, draw me some terror shards. Yeah, Blizzard, I don't know, Blizzard's too stupid for modding. They're too scared of getting doted again. Costumes? They dress like beef? Even level up with you? Your demon's based on the level of your skill. Lots is dead. I mean, it's still up, but like, no updates. You know what's really weird to me? Is the Riot fighting game 2x KO? Like, they handled it so weird. Like, they like, were like, yeah, we're cutting the dev team big time because it didn't meet our expectations for popularity yet. I didn't even know the game full released. I thought it was still in, like, beta. And I think that was pretty common that nobody even knew it released, dude. Oh, not battle, whatever. So why'd they name it like 2x KO? Like, I mean, that's not a good name at all. Extra strong, actually. I don't know. I don't like tag fighting games, and I didn't like their combo system, or I guess lack of a combo system. I don't know. TXK is one of the only fighting games that I didn't like, or that I don't like. Impressive. I mean, they're not stopping development on 2XKO, they're just cutting the dev team, I don't know. I mean, they never even gave the chance, nobody even knew it was full release. Well, not different devs, just smaller team. They just fired a bunch of people. Yeah, I don't know why it's so hard for most gaming companies to make good decisions. I don't get it. Like, it's not even decisions that'll enrich a shareholder. It's like, it's just straight fucking stupid. It's not like, it's not even necessarily them like trying to bomb short term for investors or whatever, or like shitify for it. It's just like they actually just make the dumbest fucking thing of all time, or like decisions of all time. Skate 4? I didn't know they still made skate games. What? Oh shit, dude. Oh, I didn't like that spawn. That was bad. I'm out of portals? Oh my god, it's over. Another Andes. Where is? I don't know, I already have another one of these. I think it is semi-rare though, yeah. Already got one though. Ice Blink. Yeah, I like Guild Wars too. It's a little... not really what I want in Nemesis though, but I have fun with it when I play it. For the World v World or something. I like MMOs that are like, I like the MMOs that always fail. The player economy and like land-based system and stuff like Arcade, basically. And Eve. The hardcore MMOs where there's like you can actually lose. Apparently there's a private server of Marvel Heroes that's close to being complete. I never played that game, but everybody talks about it like it's the best ARPG besides PoE. I never got to play it. Overcome big difficulty spikes in D2 hardcore. Farm the previous difficulty. Play Warlock. So you're OP. I'm curious, does the if they do like full complete the Marvel Hero and do like a real release and stuff, do they get cease and desisted? Because the company that owned it is gone, but it's still Disney IP, right? So I don't know if they're like safe. Diablo's lightning, don't get hit. I've never had problems in player jungle. Yeah, that might save it, Josh. I don't know. Possible. They hosted in Uzbekistan or something. I don't know. I think it's pretty dumb that a company can like abandon a game forever and then you can't even like revive it. When companies are shuttering a project, there should be like 2 check boxes. Do you intend to do anything with this within 5 to 10 years? If they check no, it becomes public domain. Fucking alley weakness. Yeah, I mean, if there's no connection to the original company existing, you can do it, sure, but sure if Marvel rival or Marvel Heroes got big or noticeable at all, Disney would yeet it from existence. Yeah, I would play League Classic. I wish I tried it before Riot shut that down. I mean, I probably wouldn't play it very long, honestly, but you know, it'd be cool to play for a day or two for nostalgia. Oh, I have it. Faster run, walk, fire. Yeah. I do need more fire. Yeah, I'm dripping out this stash tab. Making Bejeweled. You know, it feels like shit when the game gives you just terrible Terra zones over and over, and then if you don't have any shards to buff it, or to add your own Terra zones, kind of sucks ass. What kind of endgame content did Ditaro to be? I don't know, I guess maps is the obvious answer, but... Catacomb, it's not bad. But don't worry, your idea is safe. I don't think I've ever done a single Pindle run actually, it just looks like shit. Yeah, Uber Griswold to go hard. What do you mean? That's... You never did any endgame farming except for Pindle? That's crazy, dude. What's wrong with you? Ooh. Yeah, you have to have a pretty good character for P2 maps. Well, not if you play an OP character. Path of Diablo doesn't get updates anymore, I don't think. PD2 is just better in every single way anyways. PD and XL is unplayable for me because it's 4-3 only. And you know, this is just my base observation from playing it a little bit. It feels like a 12-year-old made it. I know PoE got a lot of inspiration from it, but... Seems like dog shit to me. If it had, like, widescreen, I'd give it a real shot, but... Alas, it does not. I don't know. Median XL looks like a clown game to me. I could be wrong. Could definitely be wrong. Just my first impression. Not what I'm looking for out of a D2 experience. Every time I watch someone play it, it's like I was watching Torchlight Infinite. You're just like death rushing everything. Heavenly Gorb. Ancient armor. Silks of the Victor. Yeah, that'd be cool, Kagwar. I mean, it's just small eggs. Yeah, that's gonna look like it go crazy in 1.0. Sanders again? Oh no, Horizon. Soul Harvest. Yo, can this game stop drop me some world stone shards? Holy. Haven't had one in so long. Don't chickens lay eggs every fucking day too? Holy. You've gotta have a raw cloaca. I like the PETA where they're like posting cow porn or something. Something like that. This fucking Herald better not be in the boss arena. Good, it's not. That guy was actually kind of scary. He had might and spawned a bunch of little fuckers. Oh, I thought my Merc died. Oh no, I just rested. Never mind. Iron stone. You wouldn't poop yourself and eat it. Leveling build? Fire skills. Better than Paladin with Enigma? I don't know, but when you have that item, dude, what does it matter? You beat the game already. Gary Warlock. Gary. Would you live in Gary, Indiana? Yeah, I think so, Josh. Oh, Chicago has Portillo's, that can't be true. I don't even know what's in Indiana. Probably one of the states I'll never see in my life. Yeah, that is their night. That's true. Hey, World Stone Shard, thanks. Every day. Scoobert. McDoobert. Anybody watching the new Game of Thrones thing? Is it worth watching, or is it still just a bunch of old man cock? Really good? I did not think the first 2 episodes were really good. All it was a bunch of old man cock. It gets better than the first 2 episodes? Keep trying it. Like OG or the series that came after it? Yeah, I think you just don't like it. Or you don't like the peak OG series? I didn't know it was possible. Yeah, come on, can they balance out the old man cock with some old granny flappers? Something, dude, please. It's not me, it's the show cut. Wait, what do you mean, dude? What do you mean what's up with me and old people? I don't talk about old people that often. Not nearly as much as you talk about Fiat. Yeah, someone needs to check Cuglorf's PC. Check the notepad. Wait, you can get 2 dusts at once? I didn't know that. If you write your passwords in plain text in a notepad, dude? Ooh, 25 gold. I don't know why. I don't know why people don't just. Why people have a bad stigma against physically writing down their passwords. I don't know why. Not Growler. I got a few of those. Say your password, Cuglor. Share with the class. Yeah, you just ender pearl across the map, that's true. Kinda bothers me there's no middle in this thing. Well, I wanted to make it so there's no repeating colors. There we go. Oh wait, there's a repeat. Perfect. What am I gonna do with my extra jewels now? Or the next ring, I guess. Wait. What? Okay, why these aren't corresponding to the act boss you kill? What the fuck? What? Dumb. Insight. Guess if I'm not timed here, I can actually clear this all. Travinkle. Yes. You don't use SmartCast, you're pretty dumb. Yeah, I mean, it's in the name, dude. Literally in the name. You can get it to be immortal, but it's only basically immortal if you don't do the thing that gets you actually immortal. The drill border looks nice. Thanks for noticing. Alright, it looks like should be no souls here, hopefully. Lightning dogs are fucked up. Bro, is lightning the only damage type in this game that does damage? It's the only thing I actually ever take damage from, even though I have way less fire res. Oh, I guess fizz too. Lightning and fizz. I guess that's every RPG. Well, no, fire's pretty dangerous in PoE, actually. Poison does jack shit. Echoing strike. Yeah, these dogs don't mess around. Today's the day I get a ring upgrade. I actually don't have any more rings. I need to pick them up. Oh well. Today is not the day. Got 2 amulets though. Oh, finally! Finally. It's only +1 now. Okay, finally hit Warlock though. And it has FCR. Warlock FCR. 6 all res. Some mana. Oh, minimum damage actually kinda nice too. Still can't just use it. Watch this, is gonna be crazy. Fort. I can feel the high rune calling me from Arcane Sanctuary though. It's gonna happen, get ready. Here it comes. Right here, this pack. I can... Bugged. That is a bug. I just get keys and ignore the locked chest. That's what I call epic gamer style. Okay, this has gotta be the high rune. Look at that, that's juicy. Where is it? Another bug. There's a lot of simulation stuff that exists. One day I'll do the drunk driving stream in Truck Simulator. He's gonna die. Oh, the bike guy. Who is it? Artosis? Oh, I didn't realize there was other StarCraft streamers. I thought he was the last one left. What if you used? I got a good nerf for Sork and TP skills. What if you throw your like TP off the edge and you actually just die? Gotta be careful with your TPs, like right there, I'd be dead. I should do that next update. That's what this game really needs. Time for some terraria. The real game, yes. Herb. The doubts ain't happening. Alright, where was I? I should make like a note of what I was doing. I got my platinum armor. Got a fishing quest. Sky lakes and surface. Well, that's a good idea, Sleepy. I don't know how you thought of that, but it's a good idea. Oh, I've got the fishing rod. I just need my worms. Yeah, they deleted D2 from existence because not enough people were playing, D4. True story. What am I looking for? Oh, like a harpy fish. It's at surface. Surely I can get it here, right? It's not doing some, like, it has to be high up. I mean, it said surface. This is the surface. This has gotta let me get it, right? Now. Got it. One fish a day, please go away. Oh, I was making a, where was I making that? I was going to make a lava pit area for a goblin invasion. I guess I can do it here. There's a treehouse over the side. I might migrate my base there at some point. Yeah, but I kind of like I can't really put a lava tunnel because that's where I put my shit, and I'm too lazy to move it right now. So, you know. There's a baby zombie. I guess that's what I'm waiting for, is a goblin invasion. Alright guys, I should be getting my Terraria board game any day now, right? Any day now. It's like on some boats right now, Doran. I don't know if you can still order it. I mean, you should check, because I don't think it's going into like full-time production or anything if you want it. Yeah, it's a Palmon. Bro, how does so many people recognize it? It's crazy. I don't know, so many people recognize it, dude. I killed the eye. I guess Eater of Worlds. Wait, I don't remember which corruption thing I have. Or if I have corruption or the other thing that I can't remember the name. I can never remember the other name. Crimson. What do you, Eater of World, you usually chuck grenades at him, right? I think the mini shark shit. Or maybe a bow with jester arrows. Guess I'll start collecting stars. I can't believe I got baited about the star furry. Okay, I can believe it, but you know. What I get for trusting chat. Alright, I got the lucky horseshoe, so it should be good. Shouldn't die to anything. I make a cat sound when I take damage. I don't remember. Oh, it's just vanilla. After I beat vanilla, I wanna start trying to do Calamity in hardcore. That'll be a task. Been done multiple times. Is there an item that makes falling stars fall more? I feel like there is. I can't think of it though. Yeah, I know there's the random event, yeah. How do they spawn? Is it within screens of you, or do they actually spawn everywhere? What to say it's just within screens of you? But you played so much this season, how'd you only find 2 citadels? There's this nighttime beach music, kinda goes hard. Glowing mushroom fields. Yo, frog leg, does that make me jump further? Auto jump. You're just mad you don't have that kind of aura. Gotta start aura maxing. Bro, it never uses my bait. Why does it never use my bait? There we go, it did. Swordfish trophy, you know, the nurse will like that. There you go. Quick sailfish boots. Hey, I've already got Hermie boots. What do you think? Should I use the eyeball or the raccoon? I like how it makes. Why does it make an eating sound, dude? Ginger beard. Perfect. I thought it should have percent on the happiness. It's not. Oh, can I get the stupid, thing? Thanks. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right? Goblin D's, that's what I want. I want the Goblin D's. Hey, no. I still need clay too. Oh hey, my cooked fish. Traveling merchant. What'd you do with my fish? Why does it let you search when you're crafting, but you can't search in the bench? Oh, I still have it. Never mind. I'm stupid. How metal chest plate? Goblork ears. I want to avoid long-term fishing and stash the quest fish in the piggy bank and then proceed to fish it again and again. I don't mind doing a little fishing every now and then. That's a good strat there. Oh, I forgot that was there. No, I am fish maxing. I mogged your fish. Yeah, I guess so, Carrick. Close enough. That goes down pretty far, dude. That's weird. Rock on, brother. Gold things? Oh, those are boss trophies. You get them when you kill a boss. Iron. I need iron for that. Archery needs lenses. When did Moon Lord come out? That was a while ago. Gotta farm stars for Jester arrows. I guess I need lenses too for archery potion. How much stuff is in Valheim now? Size shackle crit chance. You know, I should probably block that whenever I'm not using it. Oh well. I would never fall into that, it's fine. What was what? Oh, his dad? Yeah.
Where are you, demons?
Oh, there's TNT in there. Yeah, there's a TNT barrel in there. I didn't know it could spawn liquid, dude. That's bullshit. Oh, I don't know. Why doesn't his danger sense show it? Because it's in the water? Does it not highlight in fucking water? Yeah, I like the confetti when he dies. How do you do that? Yeah, that one's pretty fucked, dude. I forgot those guys were there. Hey, you got pylon? Yeah, the ferret hauls ass. You put a minecart on platforms? I don't think so. Maybe I should make my big skywalk out of platforms. Oh no. No jungle. Thanks though. Appreciate it. Yeah, night looks kind of cool in the winter zone. I don't know, did he keep track of how long it took him to beat it? Oh, I guess you can see it in the save file. Yeah, should be worm next. Yeah, Crimson expands. Oh, it's only after you do wall? Thought it just did regardless. The snow zone looks sick. No, it's mainly just the hood things I've run, I think. Yeah, I think I want molten armor before jungle though. Nades do go hard. Here he is. Did I get something for those? Guide voodoo fish. Oh, fuck. Who put this giant hole here? Oh, I didn't keep my fish on me, I'm a stupid bitch. Or can I get a goblin invasion or what? Goblin D's? Goblin nose? Do I have to be above ground at like a certain time to get it? I actually go stand above ground. Yeah, I've destroyed 2. Right, I'm at 430. Got bangers work. That's a quick one. Mine carp. How do I use it? How do I use my mine carp? Oh, I actually need to place rails for it. I guess it is a mine carp, but Yeah, I actually got quite a bit of that. I have Crimson, so I get the brain, right? Fuck. Brain's way harder. It's Jover. Guess I'm gonna make a, make the... Make the arena. Actually had a pretty big area down there, I think, so it should be good. I haven't gone down this one yet. I'm scared of those things. If you blow those things up, it kills me, right? The flesh altars, I think they're called. I want the answer. Oh, it's just a hammer. I need a hammer to damage, I just, Yeah, it was basically pre-arena'd for me, GG. It spawns as soon as you kill the heart, so I'm just gonna make it around here, yeah, because it just spawns immediately. I'm not trying to get to the top, and this is a big area, so it's fine. I'll have to bomb out the sides a little bit, but mostly fine. No mods. Here's a question. If you play hardcore but you play it in God mode, is it still hardcore? Philosophical question. I mean, like, it is, but you know, you can't die. Few more bullets. I don't think so. Yo, there's clay here. That's just what I needed. Stupid shield, bitch. Bro, it's annoying when there's a single block. Oh, that guy's an idiot, look at that. Freeze bomb. Pretty fun Barrel Dookie. I recommend World v World combat right away. Big Zerg fights at the time. Ew, you were the weird thing, Doran. Disgusting. I like Sylvan. I should got bullets. Didn't mean to do that. It was a little bit of a... That could have gone bad. A little scary. That's probably good there. Blow up a little bit more here. So wait, I can bomb the altars and it's fine? I don't know, I don't trust it, dude. Doesn't say it'll kill you. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I need to, but you know, just in case. You can backseat, but if you're retarded, I'll ban you. Backseat at your own risk. But it's allowed. Wait, what do you mean? I have 400 HP. Listen, if you're typing up a StarCraft explanation where you're gonna like try and play an RTS game through my actions and you typing the actions, then you know, no, you can't do that. But tip or trick here and there is fine. You know, I should make that a command. Didn't miss anything, just the backseating explanation. On how backseating's fine, but playing StarCraft in chat's not. Although doesn't each altar add more ore, hard mode ore to the map? So if I blow it up, I don't know if it just doesn't blow up, or if I do blow it up, then I lose it, I guess, technically, right? I probably don't want to do it either way, unless it just doesn't destroy. I just wasn't sure if blowing it up would destroy it. And why was there a dart trap there? He's cheating. Yeah, there was a dart trap on my platform. Yo, a burger! I'm rich. Stupid dynamite, stupid bitch. Really? Dude, the shield is actually so annoying when you're trying to build. Piece of shit, stop it! Alright, a little scuffed at the bottom there, but it's good. Actually, I can just go over this. I didn't even know you could change that. Yeah, I want to know how that is tech-wise. Yeah, the quick stack is pretty satisfying. I do want to check out and assess one day too. Oops. I mean, this has got to be considered surface, right? It's still, I mean, it's the ocean, but it's still on the surface, so it's got to be the surface, right? I don't know, I have a feeling it's not, but I don't know. Not too sure. Burb. Yeah, I've gotta get some more meat stick snacks. No, since it's a bigger fish pool here, is it actually harder to get? I feel like that might be true. I don't know if fishing works. Bro, I think I actually couldn't have gotten there. That was pretty fast. Angler earring. Yo. Yeah, that's true. Yo, Factoria on this, if you could like Factoria fish, would be kind of sick actually. Okay. Do you think 1200 Jester arrows are good enough for the worm? Oh, I guess I'm doing the brain, not the worm! Fuck. I hate the brain. Never mind, they'll need them. Actually, I mean, the brain shoots a bunch of shit at you, like a bunch of eyeballs or something, right? So, I mean, that's not bad for that, right? Otherwise, I think I just mini shark it. I don't know, I think, you know? I don't know. And the brain, you just blow it up really fast. Yeah, you can get some scary moments with the worm though if you split them up too much, too fast. Bouncy grenade, oh god. The head of the worm does 1 billion damage. We still talking about the Destroyer Worlds? Unpleasant, I'll take it. Do I have to start the brain at night or morning, or does it matter? I need to get campfires and stuff. Campfires, heart lanterns. Honey? Yeah, I guess so. That seems a little overkill. But not a bad idea. Do that tomorrow. Where are my buckets? They're all lava'd. Oh, where do I pour these? I guess in my lava hole. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Never mind. No, the items can't burn. Unless there's too much lava. It's 'cause if they burn if there's too much lava, huh? Fuck. Yeah, I live life on the edge, dude, it's fine. Oh shit, I got the burger for the fight too. Oh, I didn't put my death sunscreen. It's like 7. There. Actually. What am I doing? What is for the worthy do? Where the fuck do I make the heart things? What does the heart thing need? Heart in a container? A heart lantern. Oh, there it is. Hey, where'd all my dynamite go? Yeah, this run is blessed, that's true. Very true. Wait, I have any bullets. I should have put my burger away. I hook up a little gas nozzle, or not like gas, but like a little tube and hook it up to your mouth. So you can smell the squirt. You can smell it through your mouth. It like goes up through your nostrils in the back. Oh shit, it's clay! I don't know. Yeah, I should have bought more bombs. We getting there, we getting there. Did I even bring my bombs? Like, oh shit. No. Getting honey. I already had my close Death to explosions, fine. We passed that stage. We are past that. Yeah, that's a lot of boulders. There's only one, like, spot with honey in the shit, right? Yeah, what the? Did there really, 3 boulders, a hive, 2 dart traps, a TNT? Holy fuck. They really want to make sure you're dead. Oh, there's multiple. I don't know what world type I'm on, actually. I don't know if it's medium or large. How deep do they go? Any underground depth? Goblin army, finally. It doesn't count as a boss? You win. Wait, really? Well, I'm close enough, I guess. Close enough. Just gotta watch for the, missions. Yo, that guy's way out there, he's cheating! I'm in range of a campfire and a heart lantern here. That's in my arena bow. A big crit. Yeah, I remember the spiky balls being pretty good. Defeated noobs. Got a boss down. Bro, there's shit all over this arena. I can technically go find the goblin now. Goblin bees, lol. Should be easy. Let me get more bombs. Although, I guess I could go looking for and like just look for honey in the underground because the goblin could be there. Then getting two things done at once. Does he spawn in the underground or caverns? I think it's underground only, right? Is there a way to, like, pinpoint where he actually is? Cavern. I always forget. Is cavern the top or the bottom one? I always get it mixed up. That's what I thought. Yeah, would that potion work? I mean, he's not an enemy, right? So... Doesn't it say enemies? Alright then. Let me put my burger away too before I accidentally eat it. Don't wanna accidentally eat my burger. I don't think I do have a life form analyzer. Why would you want to analyze a life form anyways? Water in my desert. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I think this is definitely not big enough, right? Gonna get it first try though. Wait, covering the water affects it? Platforms don't count as covered, right? Oh shit. Oh, that's it. I guess it's big enough then. Oh, I have to drop it. I can extractinate it, yeah. I can't get both in my inventory, you bitch. Fuzzy carrot masturbate. Cool. Yeah, this mount sucks. I don't think anything's gonna beat my Palmon. I extractinated a snail from a shoe. Hey, where are my bombs? Dude, Zevron, what are you even talking about? Get a grip. Get a grip, dude. What? Oh, burb. I'm back. Anyways, multiple bosses tomorrow. Multiple bosses tomorrow. And actually, let me... Terraria. I'm writing it down so I'll remember. Get honey, kill the brain, find goblin tinkerer. Does Quinn do this too? He writes it down. Bro, I mean, if I played D2 for like 3 days, then I won't remember, so. Alright, is there anything else? Get honey, find the goblin tinkerer, and kill the brain. I think that's it. At least in the upcoming. I don't think there's anything else I can really do. Time to go. Big prog. Big prog. Massive, actually. Huge.